Good morning and welcome back to Bowl TV for the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro for today's 5 traditional matches. Starting off today, we have Maryland Eastern Shore and Stephen F. Austin over on 9 and 10. And to your right, on 11 and 12, Sam Houston State and Nebraska, a matchup of the last 2 NCAA national champions. So we'll get a quick rundown of what happened yesterday here at the PVI, as well as a look ahead to tomorrow's Baker Bracket Finals. Of course, we'll get a rundown and keep you updated throughout the course of the day. So thanks again for joining us here on Bowl TV, and kick back, relax, and get ready for some of the top collegiate bowlers in the country. Thanks again for tuning in.
All right, folks, as we get underway here on day 2 of the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas, let's get a quick recap of what happened yesterday. Stephen F. Austin led throughout most of yesterday's five-game Baker matches. But Nebraska clawed its way back and managed to get to the top spot in the standings, the pinfall standings at least, with a 53-59 total, a 214.4 average. Stephen F. Austin just a few pins back at 53-25, averaging 213 on the day. Vanderbilt was third, Arkansas State fourth, and Maryland Eastern Shore is fifth. The way that it worked yesterday, again, five-game Baker matches, and each of the teams, they bowled against each other in those matches, and the win or the loss worked towards their overall season records. And then the total pinfall helped towards eventual seeding here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. So in yesterday's matches, Stephen F. Austin, Vanderbilt, and Sam Houston State all 5-0 on the day. Nebraska just 1-3, but managed to knock down more pins than anybody to get to the top of the standings. And we'll have 5 traditional games today. Also, going towards their win-loss records for the year. And these pins from today will be added to yesterday's 25-game Baker totals. We'll have one more traditional game tomorrow morning, after which the teams will be seeded into the brackets based on their total pinfall for the entire weekend. And the way that it generally works here is that they are seeded in 4-team groups. So the top 4 teams essentially will have a chance to win the Prairie View A&M Invitational. And then 5 through 8 will battle for those spots. And then 9 through 12, in this case 9 through 11, as there is one open spot. The idea there is that the total pins and the win-loss matches mean quite a bit. And then when it comes down to bracket time, only the top performers with a chance to actually win the tournament. It's a little bit different, a little bit complicated if you don't follow NCAA bowling, but we appreciate everybody tuning in. If you have any questions, feel free to let us know in the chat room, or you can find us on social media at the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, or personally, you can find us on Twitter as well, at USBC Matt and at USBC Aaron. And we'll have some behind the scenes photos and such, and try to let you see how things look from our perspective a little bit. We'll have a daily recap for you on bowl.com later tonight. If you want to see what happened yesterday, you can certainly go check that out now. And if you want to look back at yesterday's broadcast at any point, you can find that on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/bowltv. So right now, this is just game number 1 of 5 for the day. In the Baker matches yesterday, Baker action, the players each bowl 2 frames to complete 1 game. So leadoff bowler bowls frames 1 and 6, second bowler bowls 2 and 7, and so on. They bowled 25 games, 5 matches yesterday. And today, traditional game, all 5 players bowled a complete game. So while yesterday was a test of communication and quick adjustments and teamwork, today it's possible for 1 or 2 players to bowl incredibly and lead the team to success. Again, each of these matches head-to-head. So Stephen F. Austin taking on Maryland Eastern Shore, and Sam Houston State taking on Nebraska. If you'd like to see the standings from yesterday, you can visit bowl.com. Just look at the Prairie View A&M Invitational story, and inside the story you'll see a link to the standings. Also, if you want to see live scoring or what matches are coming up here in our featured pairs, you can look at the information box beneath your video window here on Bowl TV. Again, you're watching continued coverage from the ITRC. This is Matt Canizaro alongside Aaron Smith. Thanks for tuning in.
as we get ready for the halfway point here in match number 1 of Saturday's competition, match 6 overall for the 2016 Prairie View Invitational. Take a quick rundown of the oil pattern this week. Competitors are competing on a 38-foot pattern with just a tad under 25 mils for the volume. Put down by a Kegel Flex machine here at the ITRC, and using Kegel Ice Oil. So the competitors got the opportunity to see this pattern yesterday during the 25 Baker games and got to see how it would break down and make its transition, as well as what worked best on the fresh and what may have needed to be changed. So we see quite a few strikes up here already. A few 4-baggers from each of our pairs, and definitely got a pretty solid selection of teams to start looking at the standings. Nebraska leading overall with 53-59. Right now they're led by Julia Bond, their anchor bowler, who started off with 4 consecutive strikes. Stephen F. Austin just 34 pins behind coming into today's action at 53-25. Danielle Lynn has started off with the front 4 for the Lady Jacks. She's up on lane 10 right now, looking to make it 5 in a row. And she connects, nice shot. Maryland Eastern Shore taking on Stephen F. Austin here, sitting 5th in the standings overall at 5,040 for their total. So they're about 60 to 70 pins outside the top 4 number. Sam Houston State is sitting in 6th at 5,009, so they're right around 100 pins out of the top 4 heading into today's action. One of the unique aspects of NCAA competition, similar to any other NCAA sport, is the ability to substitute players into the lineup, and Nebraska's already actually done that. Some early struggles from Megan Straub, their freshman out of Lincoln, Nebraska. So Coach Bill Straub has decided to make a change. He's brought in the left-hander Bethany Headley to take over the leadoff position for the Huskers. Pretty close match so far between Sam Houston and Nebraska. Melanie Crawford delivers her 4th strike through 6 frames. Her and Julia Bond have been leading the way for the Huskers on 11 and 12. Sam Houston just kind of hanging around right now. No one player really going too crazy. Just a few doubles up there, but they've been able to hang around with some of the early woes the Huskers have faced. Similar look to 9 and 10 with Stephen F. Austin taking on Maryland Eastern Shore. No one really running away with it right now. So we got to see a few matches come down to the 10th frame during the Baker competition. In Friday's 5 matches, so shaping up to be 2 really good matches here to kick off things on Bowl TV. Once again, we will have a total of 5 matches. If you want to see who's coming up next, be sure to go into the description area below the video. Over on 9 and 10, Tulane will be taking on Arkansas State next, along with our host Prairie View A&M taking on 2015 USBC Collegiate ITC champions North Carolina A&T. Of course, the next step for many of these ladies, once they finish up their collegiate bowling experience, will be to hopefully move on to the recently relaunched Professional Women's Bowler Association Tour. PWBA got some pretty good press this morning, having a segment on the Today Show. So Matt Cannizzaro has been working diligently to get the news up, so be sure to check out the Sport of Bowling on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC for that. It'll be up on our Twitter page as well in just a moment. at USBC. So definitely an exciting day for the future of the sport. And certainly feel free to share on your social media that you're tuning into Bowl TV, checking out today's action if you got a particular team you're rooting for. See some good numbers here for the Saturday morning and into the afternoon. Certainly like seeing the support for these student athletes. Great shot from Tashina Siros from Maryland Eastern Shore. Siros is a first-team All-American from 2015, leading the way for Maryland Eastern Shore. Three-time NCAA champion and two-time ITC champion. Still looking for their first win here at the Prairie View Invitational. Celebrating the 5th year of the Prairie View here at the ITRC. And after Vanderbilt won the initial event in 2012, it's been all Nebraska winning the event 3 consecutive years, looking to make it 4 here in 2016.
That's good, that's good. Give me another one.
Wicked messenger for Heather Panatzer, able to get the 10 out. Matzer recently found success at the USBC Team USA trials earlier this month in Las Vegas, earned a spot on Junior Team USA for 2016. Also finished runner-up in the return of the U.S. Amateur. One of her teammates on Junior Team USA, Julia Bond of Nebraska, just delivered her 7th consecutive strike to kick things off here. Bond passed a junior gold champion back in 2013. She's been on Junior Team USA for the past 3 years, and as Nebraska captured the NCAA Bowling Championships in 2015, Bond was named the tournament's most outstanding bowler in just her freshman year.
Come on, D, let's go.
Nebraska starting to put a little distance between them and Sam Houston State here in the 8th frame, but Carrie Hopkinson has delivered 3 in a row for the Bearcats. Nice shot from Stephanie Schwartz. Just to see a 10-pin stand up after 4 strikes in a row over on lane 9. Schwartz, also a member of Junior Team USA in 2016 and earned a spot on Team USA for 2016 by winning the U.S. Amateur back at the Gold Coast Hotel and Casino earlier this month. Schwartz was the Rookie of the Year for Division I back in 2015 and a first-team All-American. Siras from Maryland Eastern Shore also leaves a ringing 10 after a few strikes in a row. Pretty close match on 9 and 10. Stephen F. Austin will be working on the only double. So they'll have a little bit of an edge going into the foundation frame.
Hall. Keep humidity out of there.
Great game so far for the Lady Jacks. Danielle Lynn, just a pair of 9 pins so far, keeping her from 9 consecutive strikes in a row.
Hold her up. Hold her up.
Make it 8 for 8 for Julia Bond, the third-team All-American last year. She's putting the Huskers on her back here in the opening match. So they get ready for the 9th frame.
Okay, then. Hold her up. Hold her up. Somebody to hold her up. Hold her up. Need a good shot, Jackson. Good shot.
Some early woes here in the 9th frame for Nebraska, looking at back-to-back opens. They're unable to convert the 4-6-7. Sam Houston State working on 4 strikes in a row for a team. Stepping up, Carrie Hopkinson working on 3 in a row for herself. So Sam Houston looking to make a jump here. Paige Krauser converts the 3-6-10 for Stephen F. Austin. They're still looking pretty good against Maryland Eastern Shore as Stephanie Schwartz prepares to wrap up the 10th frame, or wrap up the 9th frame in preparation for the 10th. Stephen F. Austin and Maryland Eastern Shore. Ready for the 10th. Stephen F. Austin holds the match in their own hands, have 2 strikes and are clean. Just 1 strike for Maryland Eastern Shore and an open. They find themselves down 37 kicking off the frame. Danielle Lynn has put together a very impressive game so far. Looking to finish up 259. Over on 11 and 12. Julia Bond's going to be stepping up in the second, working on 8 consecutive strikes. Trying to give the Huskers some momentum going into the 10th. Runs a little bit high, almost trips the 9-pin, so a great run for Bond to kick things off.
Another good shot, man. Lisa, give me another good shot.
And now the Huskers will have 0 strikes working going into the 10th. Sam Houston's Janine Kuihara and Heather Panatzer both working on doubles, so Bearcats can definitely make up some ground here, so definitely going to be an exciting finish here on 11 and 12. Impressive 259 for Stephen F. Austin's Danielle Lynn. Great kickoff to today's round.
One shot, one shot. Up, Lisa, good job. Come on, Casey, you owe me. Come on, you owe me big. Just one shot, Casey, one shot. Good. Yeah. Another one, Casey. Give me another one.
Big 10th frame so far for Stephen F. Austin. 259 and 233 already in the books. Morgan Rising delivering the 233. They're in very good position to take home the win here against the Hawks of Maryland Eastern Shore. Nice shot by Hopkinson to kick off the 10th. Kick off her 10th frame for Sam Houston. Brianna Zybrek delivers a strike of her own for Nebraska. Both of them were working off of open frames in the 9th. So can't gain too much ground here. The big question for Sam Houston will be their 4th and 5th bowlers, both working on doubles. That's where they can make up their ground here.
Come on, D, hold her up now. Hold her up.
Melanie Crawford delivers a strike for Nebraska here in the 10th. Anna Gross also working on a spare. Runs high, leaves the 4-7-10. So a chance for Nebraska to build a little bit of a bigger cushion before the Bearcats' 4th and 5th bowlers come up and working on doubles. They get a double for Crawford. Looking to get to 228 this game. Stephen F. Austin is going to be your winner over on 9 and 10 against Maryland Eastern Shore. The Lady Jacks are going to move to 6-0 on the weekend, and by the looks of it are going to move back into first and overtake Nebraska for the overall lead in total pinfall. Going to be right around the 1100 mark. Stephanie Schwartz has already delivered a strike. She can get to 237 still with 2 more. Big shot here for Sam Houston over on 12. Janine Kuihara delivers to make it 3 in a row. Nebraska's Yasmin Mason respond with a strike of her own. 2-time junior Team USA member sends all 10 back, no problem. Schwartz finishes with 237 to give Stephen F. Austin an 11-13 total. Kuihara leaves the 7-10 second shot of the 10th. Bearcats may have run out of firepower here to catch up to Nebraska. 10-24 for Maryland Eastern Shore in the loss. They're going to fall to 2-3 so far on the weekend. Sam Houston's going to run out of frames here. I believe they can max out at 963 total for a team effort. With 3 strikes in the 10th. Nebraska essentially already there with count here on the fill ball from Mason. So Nebraska, despite leading in overall total pinfall, will just be 2-3 now for the weekend with their overall record. Of course, the overall record plays into the end of the year and the teams that advance to the NCAA bowling championships in New Jersey in April. Still have a pair or two bowling on the lower end here of the ITRC. As soon as everyone gets to their lanes for match number 2, we'll be ready to go. Once again, a reminder, we'll have Tulane taking on Arkansas State on 9 and 10, and Prairie View A&M facing off against North Carolina A&T on 11 and 12. Sam Houston finishes up with 929. Julia Bond looking to get to 279 here for the Huskers to kick off the individual or to make a run at the individual standings, as well as help the Huskers to another win. There will be awards after the 6 traditional games total for the top individual performances here at the Prairie View Invitational. Those will be awarded after we finish up Sunday's Baker Bracket Final. Nice 278 for Julia Bond to lead Nebraska to a 1,004 to 929 victory over Sam Houston State. 1113 to 1024, Stephen F. Austin over Maryland Eastern Shore. So match 1 in the books, match 2 coming up next here on Bowl TV. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro. We'll be right back with match number 2, so don't go too far.
look for my shoe bag though? I have to go to the bathroom. It's one of those drawstring bags with it has like a tag on it. It says Melanie. Okay.
Go pass.
Okay. I'm putting this away.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you? All right. How's it going?
And we are back with live action here at the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational. This is Matt Canizaro alongside Aaron Smith, and we are live at the ITRC, the International Training and Research Center, part of the International Bowling Campus here in Arlington, Texas. Continued coverage throughout the weekend of this great event. They've been at this since 2012. Nebraska, the three-time defending champion at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, so we'll see. Can they make it 4 in a row? Can somebody top the Huskers in 2016? Right now, we're at the beginning of our second traditional match game here. Yesterday, all Baker action. Today, 5 traditional games. 5 players for the complete game. Right now, we've got Tulane taking on Arkansas State, the #1 team in the country. Tournament host Prairie View A&M against North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T, the winner at the 2015 Intercollegiate Team Championships. So a lot of talent, a lot of familiar names, I would think, on these two pairs of lanes, and we'll have it for you live here on Bowl TV. As soon as the standings are available through one team game today, we'll get those to you. Nebraska was the leader after yesterday's 25 Baker games. Each head-to-head match counts towards the team's overall win-loss record for the season, and total pins through 25 Baker games and 6 traditional games will determine the seeding for Sunday's bracket finals. Each game does take about 1 hour, so sit back and enjoy. We've got the #1 team in the country, Arkansas State, here in our featured pair, lanes 9 and 10. And while this game unfolds, of course, the knowledgeable Aaron Smith in the house with all of his great info about these players and teams. If you have any questions, feel free to post those in the chat room, and we'll do our best to give you a good answer. Teams this weekend bowling on a 38-foot lane condition. We saw it yesterday through 25 Baker games. Transition going to be a little bit different today in traditional play. We started things out this morning with a 12-minute open practice session and then 10 minutes on their starting lanes. And now game number 2, they switched pairs from game 1. Coaches taking notes, scouting out pairs, seeing if what they learned yesterday and in practice can help them along the way. All right, 3 of our 4 teams clean in frame number 1. Certainly important to fill frames, especially in this long format. And in this setup, compared to tiebreaker competition. One or two players can lead the way, help the team to victory. Saw a couple big games in the opener.
Perfect example of that would be Julia Bond leading the way for Nebraska here on Bowl TV. While the rest of the Huskers outside of Melanie Crawford kind of struggled in the opener. Bond fired a 278 game. Crawford added 228 to lead the Huskers to a win over Sam Houston State. Question in the chat room. What's with all the yelling in the background? It seems disrespectful to the other teams. Well, this is what collegiate bowling is all about. This is, they're essentially thrown into this world and you kind of get used to it after a while. This is just kind of status quo for collegiate competition. Obviously, you're rooting on your teammates and want to celebrate good shots and try to help bring people up after maybe a bad frame, and just a very lively environment. Not only are the players getting into it, this is a standing room only here at the ITRC. Definitely a great support group with, see some past players in the crowd. Kimmy Davidson from Sam Houston State, part of the 2014 NCAA champions, along with great parent support as well, watching their kids compete here collegiately as student athletes. So,
well, I think some of the teams even practice their cheers almost as much as they practice their bowling, as that's a pretty significant part of college bowling, as you mentioned. More so on the women's side than on the men's side, I think, but obviously with this being an NCAA event, women only, and a very small space, great acoustics, certainly enhances the experience for those who may not be familiar with college bowling, and a great opportunity to experience it live for those in the DFW area. And if you are curious about who's going to be on our featured pairs today, you can look in the information box below your video screen there, and has all today's 5 matches listed. Started the day off with Maryland Eastern Shore against Stephen F. Austin and Sam Houston State against Nebraska. Now, of course, you're watching Tulane and Arkansas State, Prairie View A&M, and North Carolina A&T. Coming up next, Texas Southern and Prairie View A&M and Arkansas State against Vanderbilt. And if you have a favorite team in the field, we've got 11 teams here at the ITRC. You can find the live scoring link in that information box as well. And you can follow your favorite teams across the center here and see how they're doing throughout the day. Many of these players very familiar with the bright lights of Bowl TV, having found success even just this year at the Junior Gold Championships or at the recent USBC Team USA trials. Many progressing through the ranks of USBC youth bowling, high school to college, getting great educations, bowling for Junior Team USA, and now able to dream of a life on the PWBA Tour. Professional women's bowling is back. Second year of the revived PWBA will kick off in April. And some talk yesterday, some of these players already thinking about signing up for some PWBA events, considering when they'll be able to gain their PWBA memberships and such after graduation. So able to put off the real world, as they say, a little bit and chase that dream. So looking forward to seeing some of these top players out there this summer. And if you're curious about the PWBA and the opportunities to compete, you can check out pwba.com. And if you missed today's show, you can visit the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook and check out a link to the Today's Show segment about some of the PWBA's players and the return of the PWBA in 2015. 3 frames in. North Carolina A&T clean through 3. 2 players working on 3 baggers.
Had a player from Sam Houston State had a little issue not getting out of the bowling ball, and I think everyone's all right. No. Just a little to the left of our screen, so getting that thumb hole taken care of. That's what everyone was kind of looking at. Over to your left.
Stephen F. Austin back on top of the standings. 64-38 ahead of Nebraska, 63-63. Vanderbilt third. Maryland Eastern Shore is fourth. Arkansas State fifth. Sam Houston still in 6th place overall. Again, yesterday's 25 Baker games. Total pinfall will be added to today's 5 traditional games and tomorrow's 1 traditional game. And seeding for the brackets will be based on pinfall totals for the weekend. Individually, it is Nebraska's Julia Bond leading the way. Saw 278 in the opener. Robin Renslow from Vanderbilt had 270 with a gutter on the fill. So some big scores atop the standings. A little hard to read from where we are. We'll have all the updates for you on Bull.com later tonight at the conclusion of today's 5 games. Individual awards will be passed out tomorrow when we're all done here. They'll be based on the 6 traditional games.
North Carolina A&T's Kristen Shin starting off with 5 consecutive strikes. The leadoff bowler for the Aggies, the 2015 Intercollegiate Team Championships winner.
So the Aggies 4 for 4 here in the 5th frame, and 2 players now with the front 5. Pulling ahead early.
Emily Strombeck, the second bowler for the Aggies, with 5 in a row to start. Emily, of course, part of the team last year that took the title and was a third-team All-American for the National 10 Pins Coaches Association, in 2015. Was part of the all-tournament team at the ITCs as well. Mackenzie Robinson finishes things off for North Carolina A&T. Perfect 5th frame. Certain parts of the country, you get a particular beverage for a frame like that in the 5th frame, or in Indiana at least. Particular bowling establishments. Prairie View A&M's Ashley Reed left the 7-pin after working on a double. We had a nice ceremony, if you will, earlier in the day, recognizing the seniors. Prairie View A&M is the host of the Prairie View Invitational, and Ashley was their only senior on the roster, so they had a quick little presentation and recognized all the senior competitors here in this week's field, so definitely a nice moment.
North Carolina A&T piling on the strikes here. It's 9 in a row for the Aggies. North Carolina A&T entered the day in 7th place, going 1-3 yesterday in Baker match play, averaging 192.7, and still 7th after the first traditional game today. But certainly making a move here in game number 2. All right, both matches now past the halfway point. Tight match here between Arkansas State and Tulane. For those of you following along at home on the live scoring, the leader Stephen F. Austin down on lane 3. Lady Jacks in the 9th frame now. Second bowler with 8 out of 9 strikes so far. All right, here's Shin for North Carolina A&T, trying to make it a 7 for 7 here on lane 12. And she gets it. Stephen F. Austin and Vanderbilt still both 6-0. Sam Houston State 5-1. Arkansas State 4-2. Maryland Eastern Shore and Monmouth and Nebraska all 2-3 on the weekend. All of that relevant for their overall season records. The big goal, trying to earn a spot at the NCAA Bowling Championships in New Jersey in April. Another opportunity for the front 7 for North Carolina A&T. And the 7-10 stands in the way.
Never like to see that, Mr. Canizaro. Emily Strombeck off to a strong start, but disaster in the 7th. North Carolina A&T definitely has the match in hand, though. Looking at just their second open. Arkansas State starting to put some distance between them and Tulane. A perfect sixth frame for the Red Wolves. Anchor and first team All-American Jordan Richard working on 4 in a row. Though it's early here in Saturday's competition, it definitely looks like teams have kind of gotten an understanding of what they want to see here on this 38-foot pattern, and obviously getting the chance to compete and see the transition throughout the day yesterday in the Baker format, and plenty of practice and preparation beforehand. It's really allowing the teams to get comfortable, like Kristen Shin, 8 in a row.
Do appreciate everybody tuning in and telling all your friends you're watching continued coverage of the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational from here at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. 11 of the best teams in NCAA bowling. We've got 10 of the top 25 here this weekend. And we'll be here throughout the day today and back at it tomorrow, concluding with the exciting best of 7 Baker matches until we crown a champion here at the 2016 event. Thanks for joining us.
Jordan Richard of Arkansas State is looking to make it 5 in a row. A stubborn 7th in the stands for her on the team with her sister Haley. Both of them actually transferred to Arkansas State after spending a year at Central Missouri. Jordan Richard was the Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year for Division 2 and 3 in the NTCA End of the Year Awards. Christensen's run at perfection ends after 8 consecutive strikes, leaves the 4-6-7. So we've seen 2 long string of strikes here on 11 and 12. Julia Bond started with 8 in a row as well for Nebraska last game on her way to a 278 game. Definitely not a fun spare to shoot at here. Looking at an open frame for Shin in the 9th, but even with that, she would still have a chance to get into the 260s here in game 2. She takes the 1, can still get to 263. North Carolina A&T well in hand in this match against Prairie View A&M. Tulane is still hanging around against Arkansas State, looking to make up some ground here in the final few frames. We'll see two of these teams once again in game number 3 of the day, match number 8 overall for the event. Prairie View A&M and Arkansas State will be switching lanes. Prairie View will be taking on Texas Southern over on 9 and 10, while Arkansas State will take on Vanderbilt over on 11 and 12. Should be a pretty good matchup. Nice 8th frame for Tulane. 4 out of 5 strikes. Once again, hanging around in this match. You never know what can transpire. A few open frames, perhaps, and the tide can quickly turn. Michelle Ung from Singapore is the anchor for Tulane here in match number 2. Arkansas State with 3 spares so far. Stephanie Mims working on an open frame up in the 8th. Gets that first strike for the Red Wolves in the 8th. It's going to be a tough end of the game for North Carolina A&T's Kristen Shin. Staring at back-to-back opens here after leaving the Big 4. Still would be in the 240s with some count here. Takes the 2 for the team. He'll get to 242, or 241, excuse me. Angela Fallghost from Tulane, and makes it 3 in a row. As a team, they've put together 6 in a row. Once again, looking to chip away at that lead held by the Red Wolves. Dan and Terry stepping up on lane 9. Gets to the pocket, but unable to get the 10 out. Definitely not the 10th frame North Carolina A&T was looking for. Just one mark so far. They're still going to record the victory, though. But definitely could have had a lot more. Looking at the overall pinfall totals. Conversion of the 2-7 by Stephanie Mims. Listed up Jordan Richard here in the 10th. Michelle Ung from Tulane looking for 3 in a row. Doesn't get the 10 out. Great shot there from Richard. It's going to give the advantage to Arkansas State heading into the 10th. Nice finish from Mackenzie Robinson to get to 2:23 and 11:01 for North Carolina A&T. A victory over Prairie View A&M. Ashley Reed working on 4 in a row to get to 2:47. Haley Richards going to kick things off for Arkansas State in the 10th, working on a strike. Runs through the nose, leaves the 3-6-10. Big shot from Jessica Quibido from Tulane, makes it a double. It's going to be important for Tulane's first two bowlers to put up some big numbers after two opens in the 9th, down at the bottom of the order. Haley Richard takes care of the conversion. She can get to 207 still. 11:01 to 9:52 victory for North Carolina A&T over Prairie View A&M. Prairie View going to move one pair to the left in our next match. Nearly a 7-10 for Arkansas State's Brooke Wood. Fortunate just to have the 10-pin standing there. Jessica Quibido finishes with the last four to get to 212. Angela Fallgaust will have to do just about the same. To keep Tulane in this match. Brookwood gets to 192. Fallgaust looking to make it 5 in a row. This would be a big double for the Green Wave. Hits the 10, doesn't knock it over though. So the match really in the Red Wolves' control right now. Got a very close match. One pair to our left, Vanderbilt and Sam Houston State. It's going to come down to the final few shots. Big shot from J.D. Scott Jones, a past Junior Team USA member. Delivers a double, can get to 227. 204 for Angela Fallgaust. All three in the 10th for J.D. Scott Jones. Gets her to 227. So Tulane really going to need a lot of help here from Mims and Jordan Richard, along with a few more strikes of their own. Again, Terry records the first strike in the 10th, unable to get the 10 out on her second shot. She can convert it to get to 205. The Green Wave working on 2 opens after this. It's going to be tough to do a lot here. You can only max out with another 60 pins after this. The mixer for Mims. And Arkansas State just some count away from here from wrapping up another victory. Looks like Vanderbilt's going to record the victory over Sam Houston, one pair to our left. Both anchors stepping up right now. Mims makes it a double. Finish it off and get to 190. Sarah Fortin bounces back after the open in the 9th. Start the 10th with a strike for Tulane. Double for Fortin. It's going to be a little bit too late for Tulane. Made a run at the end to keep it close, but Arkansas State will take care of business here in match 2. Match 3 going to be coming up next here on Bowl TV. Over on 9 and 10, Texas Southern will be taking on Prairie View, while the Red Wolves of Arkansas State will be taking on Vanderbilt on 11 and 12, so don't go too far here. This is the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center in beautiful Arlington, Texas. Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro will be here providing wire-to-wire coverage on Bowl TV, including Sunday's exciting finale with the best-of-7 Baker Bracket Finals. Be sure to check bowl.com/livestream for all information and all times to see what's coming up next on Bowl TV. And of course, don't forget about the USBC Masters, starting February 8th. We'll conclude with a live TV finals on Sunday, February 14th. So take your Valentine out, watch some bowling. There's nothing says romance like the Masters finals. That'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Jordan Richard can still get to 259 this game. Second shot of the 10th. Through the nose leaves the 310. She'll still be in the 240s. Michelle Ung can get to 184 with a strike on her fill ball. .247 for Richard and 1061 for Arkansas State in the victory. Tulane will take the loss with 998. So match number 3 will be underway in just a moment. Folks, don't go too far. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV for the final 3 games here at the 2016 PVI at the ITRC. Don't go too far. Thanks again.
Can you stand here?
Here, Shy, I'll take that. You want to grab that thing?
I'm not like blocking the video. Not really. No, that lady's standing right there. She's like saving spices or something. Like spread her legs. Good. Sit next to her.
pushing it. I'm leaning up against the stability.
Get it.
That's a live mic? Okay, I'm just gonna be really quiet. No bad words? There's fair.
All right, match number 3 underway here at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center. Joining us on 9 and 10 is Texas Southern and Prairie View A&M. Over on 11 and 12, Arkansas State and Vanderbilt. We'll have a total of 5 games today. So just about at the halfway point. Looks like we're going to have an update of the standings quickly here as well. So as soon as those load up on the screens here at the ITRC, we'll go ahead and get a rundown of how everything is looking through 2 games today. We just saw Prairie View and Arkansas State in our last games. Not taking on each other, but we're on opposite pairs. Arkansas State recorded the win over Tulane, while Prairie View A&M fell to North Carolina A&T. Stephen F. Austin holding on to the lead. 74-95 for a total. Nebraska in second, 73-09. 2 pins behind Vanderbilt, 73-07. Then a drop off Arkansas State, 760. Maryland Eastern Shore, the only other team over 7,000. Sam Houston in 6th. North Carolina A&T in 7th. Monmouth in 8th. Tulane in 9th. Prairie View in 10th. And Texas Southern in 11th overall. Once again, the top 4 overall for pinfall will advance to the, or have a chance to take home the title here. Vanderbilt a perfect 7-0. Stephen F. Austin 6-0. Arkansas State 5-2. As is Sam Houston. Nebraska 3-3. Maryland Eastern Shore 2-4. Monmouth 2-4. North Carolina A&T 2-4. And then Prairie View and Texas Southern both at 1-5. Tulane 1-6 overall for the weekend. Robin Renslow leading the individual standings through 2-5-05. She's going to be up on lane 12 in just a moment. Danielle Lynn from Stephen F. Austin and Morgan Rising from Stephen F. Austin in 2nd and 3rd overall. Julia Bond in 4th. Jordan Richard in 5th in the individual standings. Here's our first look at Robin Renslow from Vanderbilt. She's been doing that a lot today, averaging over 250 to this point. Delivers the strike to kick things off for the Commodores. Once again, big thanks to everyone for joining us here on Bowl TV. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro. We're excited to be here for the 5th annual Prairie View Invitational. Great support group here in person as well. A lot of fans supporting their schools, as well as these great student athletes. Just about at the halfway point of game number 3 and of the day here at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center. Shaping up to be quite a match on 11 and 12. Vanderbilt taking on Arkansas State. Both teams currently in the top 4 for the overall standings, which consists of total pinfall throughout the course of the week, which includes yesterday's 25 Baker games, 5 traditional games today, and 1 additional traditional game come tomorrow. Before we know the seedings, of course, the brackets for NCAA work a little different than what most folks may be used to seeing, with the NCAA win-loss records being a part of it. Each team competes in the bracket for 3 rounds. So if you lose, you're not necessarily knocked out. It just means you can't finish as high. So with this week's 11 teams, we'll have 3 brackets made up of 4 teams apiece and a blind team for the final one. So only teams in the top 4 of the total pinfall standings, when we're all said and done, will have the opportunity to win the Prairie View Invitational here in 2016. There's also a bracket for teams ranked 5th through 8th and 9th through 12th. So, for instance, the team who ends up qualifying 8th can move up all the way into 5th place overall when it's all said and done. However, the team in 5th can't improve their standings. They can just hold on to that 5th spot. It works the same way for 1 through 4. And we will have those final matches for the championship match right here on Bowl TV. So certainly look forward to that tomorrow in the early morning, possibly late afternoon here in Arlington, Texas. Stephen F. Austin, Nebraska, and Vanderbilt have kind of run away from the field so far in the total pinfall standings. Arkansas State, as mentioned, currently holding on to that 4th spot. There's a little distance between them and 3rd place. However, definitely room for some shaking up after Arkansas State. As soon as the standings refresh here in front of us, I'll give you a quick rundown. Maryland Eastern Shore and Sam Houston State not too far away. As mentioned, Stephen F. Austin up by about 180 over Nebraska and Vanderbilt, who are essentially tied. And then it's about 250 pins, Arkansas State. Maryland Eastern Shore, 7,002, so they're about 50 pins behind. Sam Houston State, about 140 out of the last spot, so some struggles today for the Bearcats. Definitely too close to call right now between Prairie View and Texas Southern over on 9 and 10. Arkansas State looking for a perfect 5th frame here in game 3. Jordan Richard will attempt to make it 5 for 5 in just a moment here. Up on 11. Over on lane 12, Robin Renslow from Vanderbilt, our individual leader through 2 games so far. Look to make it 5 consecutive strikes to start game 3. Renzo leaves the Big Four as Arkansas State finishes off the fifth with a strike. So some momentum for the Red Wolves going into the back half of the game. Renslow takes the two, but Vanderbilt staring at two open frames as the teams switch lanes. Giving the upper hand to Arkansas State. Stephanie Mims delivers the strike in the 8th frame for Arkansas State, who is in control of their match against Vanderbilt. Arkansas State sophomore Jordan Richer looking to make it 4 in a row over on lane 12. Over on 9 and 10, Prairie View A&M, our host here this week, in good position through 7 frames, competing against a Texas Southern. Senior Ashley Reed, the anchor bowler for Prairie View A&M, leading the way with a 5-bagger in the middle of the game, although she's just coming off a split in the 7th. Can still get to 255 this game. Pretty close match. One pair to our left, Stephen F. Austin, still looking to remain undefeated. He's taking on Tulane. Tulane actually with the advantage heading into the 9th frame over there. Both teams have a couple opens and a couple bowlers working on strikes, so it's essentially a 30-pin lead for Tulane, looking for the upset here. Add another win into their total for the week. Vanderbilt and Stephen F. Austin, the only teams undefeated so far at 7-0 and 6-0 respectively. Arkansas State and Sam Houston at 5-2. Nebraska 3-3. Maryland Eastern Shore, Monmouth, North Carolina A&T all at 2-4. Prairie View A&M and Texas Southern 1-5, and Tulane at 1-6 for the overall records. Through match 7, this is match 8 of the week. Game 3 of the day. We'll have 2 more after this, so don't go too far away from Bowl TV. Coming up next, we will feature Stephen F. Austin taking on Sam Houston State on 9 and 10, with Maryland Eastern Shore taking on Monmouth over on 11 and 12. So we've seen a few of those teams already today. That'll be our first look at Monmouth since yesterday. Nice conversion of the 3-6-7-10 by J.D. Scott Jones. Definitely Arkansas State's match to lose here. From what we've seen here on Bowl TV, behind 9 through 12, can definitely have a feeling that these teams, players are getting more comfortable on this 38-foot pattern. And we can see it in the scores and just the string of strikes as well. It's definitely on the upswing today. And of course, this was kind of the slowdown point yesterday, Mr. Cannizzaro, where teams started to kind of had a tough time figuring out the transition on this condition, and before it really opened up and it was kind of bombs away. But today it's been pretty steady scoring throughout.
Well, the transition definitely going to be different with the complete games for all the players compared to the Baker games, but also an opportunity where you can see some of the stronger players shine, and you'll see that in the standings individually with some big scores and some individuals actually leading the way. One or two really driving their teams, and even with a 250 or 260 or two in there, still seeing games in the low thousands, and that's where the team effort comes in, of course, but some separation as well, where the stronger teams with the stronger players have the opportunity to pick up some ground, just based on that simple fact. And many of these players with ridiculous amounts of experience at the international level, on sport bowling patterns, world bowling patterns. So they've seen some tough conditions out there. They're that generation now where that's pretty much all they've seen coming up through the high school ranks and into college. Sport bowling has been the norm. So they're very familiar with the challenging conditions. They've studied now for 2 days and through Baker's and a couple games here to figure out what the strategy is going to be. And some of the big scores you're seeing are from those players with those familiar names. But certainly there's no better feeling, I think, than the excitement of the end of a match when it comes down to the 10th frame, especially if it's close. That keeps you extra motivated. The chance to step up and do something for your team. And we talk a lot about in this environment where everybody kind of serves a special role on the team. And once you find your spot and you accept that role, I think it makes things flow a lot better. If you have 2 or 3 players who believe they should be the anchor player, and they're fighting for that spot, maybe some animosity you can see in the team chemistry, it's going to be affected. Ideally, we'll talk about the leadoff bowler being the firework, the spark to the whole thing. We have a co-worker, Emil Williams Jr., served that role for his Lindenwood team back on the way to a national title in 2005. That's the guy who's going to get up there, or the lady in this case, and kind of get a read for the lane, having just moved from the other lane. Get an idea of, was that a good shot? What information can I give to my team? So, you're gathering a little information, but you're also trying to spark things for your team, as it's the start of a frame. Then, of course, in the 4-hole, you're the setup person. You want to finish strong, but you really want to set it up and give that anchor a chance to step up and throw a couple good shots. And we've seen some great anchors in the years here at the Prairie View, and just in general, and a few collegiate star anchors that come to mind. Of course, Kelly Kulick, back in her day at Morehead State, throwing some amazing shots when she needed to win a national championship. Liz Culkin, who we saw for Nebraska the last 4 years, just stepping up big. And you're confident, you're dependable, and once you've established that role, it's pretty spectacular to see it all fall into place.
Certainly. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
No, so you mentioned that, and in this case, in this match, especially on 11 and 12, where you have Jordan Richard and Robin Renslow, two of the top players, not only in college bowling, but obviously to be the anchor player for either one of these teams in general. Pretty amazing there, and to see them do what they do over and over. We're probably about to see it again here in just a couple minutes.
Absolutely. Arkansas State in pretty good position here. Vanderbilt's going to need a lot of strikes and possibly a little bit of help along the way. Olivia Wirtz was on 4 strikes in a row before she left the Big Four with her second shot of the 10th. Brooke Wood from Arkansas State delivering a few strikes of her own. She's going to be in the 230s.
Well, you're looking at the number 1 team in the country in Arkansas State and number 3 in Vanderbilt. They've both been there for the big events, the big wins. Arkansas State still, the up-and-comer in a way, but certainly dominant at times, and trying to hold its own here in this great match. And there's going to be a few throughout this event where it's going to be 2 powerhouse teams, and that certainly, I would imagine, motivates them, to pushes them against each other, especially in this type of situation where total pins counts as well as the match point. If it's a blowout, maybe you change things up in a little bit late in the game. Maybe you're not pushing as hard as you are if it's a close match. But so many things going on here. Every pin absolutely matters.
Prairie View A&M well in control over on 9 and 10. Still having a pretty tight match. 1 pair to our left over on 7 and 8. Stephen F. Austin and Tulane. That may come down to their anchor bowlers. Stephanie Schwartz for Stephen F. Austin and Michelle Ung for Tulane.
Stephen F. Austin leading Nebraska by almost 200 after game 2 earlier, but struggling here in game 3. And we saw yesterday Stephen F. Austin leading throughout the day. Nebraska finishing strong to go around the Lady Jacks. But a long format, the main goal, getting the top 4, and then see what happens in bracket play. I think both teams pretty comfortable at this point, but definitely still a lot of pins out there and a lot of games to go. Aaron, going back in NCAA bowling history, back to 2004, the first championship went to Nebraska, but only a handful of champions in the history of this sport at the NCAA level. Nebraska, Sam Houston State picking up a title in 2014. Maryland Eastern Shore back-to-back in 11 and 12. Fairleigh Dickinson with a pair of titles in 06 and 2010. And Vanderbilt winning in 2007. Outside of that, everybody else is trying to get on the map. And that includes, of course, Arkansas State and Stephen F. Austin. And the Lady Jacks fell to Nebraska in last year's final. A little extra motivation for them as well. Again, a few programs on the rise, and I think when NCAA bowling started, maybe a few powerhouse teams. Obviously, as you can see by the names on the winners list, but it's starting to even out across the board now. I think in general, just getting stronger, and more teams attracting top players, and evening out across the board.
I think that's a great point, Matt, and definitely early on it was definitely a pretty big gap between some of the programs as far as just how they were able to build in the early going, and we've definitely seen those top teams are still pretty strong. And, obviously there's an excitement to be a part of a legacy like a Nebraska, like a Vanderbilt or Maryland Eastern Shore, Fairleigh Dickinson. You look at some of the names of the players that come out of those programs, and obviously you want to go along those roads, but definitely a much more competitive field overall as the years have progressed. Obviously the coaching has gotten better, more and more USBC certified coaches making their way through the programs, and just being able to teach players a little bit better. Obviously there's a new technology involved as well with the way everything's kind of been trending. But yeah, for some of these teams, talent's definitely there. It's just a matter of kind of getting that first nudge over the hill. I think we saw Tulane. Tulane's got a pretty solid team overall, and they're just one of those teams that got a good coach with Haley Veitch, who's had a ton of collegiate and international experience, and just a matter of kind of getting over the hill and understanding how to win. And then once that happens, the possibilities are endless, rolling downhill at that point, and can definitely once you realize you can compete with these top teams, that's when things really start trending in the correct direction.
Well, another huge factor just getting to the NCAA championships, and then you get to the Baker format. Really, again, an equalizer to a point where it's a team environment there, and everybody has to be strong. Not one or two can carry the whole thing, but in that, anything certainly can happen. It's just getting there. I think that's the biggest challenge too, with only 8 teams invited to the NCAA championships, and the top 8 has been pretty solid for most of the existence. And now, as these teams work their way up, just like anything else, they'll get their recognition, they'll pick up the wins here, and they'll get stronger. And perhaps we'll see some new faces in Baton Rouge in 2017 when the NCAA championships joins us at the home of the USBC Women's Championships.
Speaking of capturing the win, Arkansas State takes the victory 11-33 to 10-28 over Vanderbilt over on 11 and 12. Some big games for the Red Wolves. Jordan Richard with 246, Stephanie Mims 243, Brooke Wood 234. So a lot of big scores over on 11 and 12.
A big 300-pin gap almost between 3rd and 4th place. So Arkansas State chipping away at that, picking up 100 sticks on Vanderbilt there. Again, at this point, I always think the main goal is to get in the top 4. That gives you still a chance to win this event. And then at that point, I would say those 4 teams, especially looking at the standings now, are pretty equal talent-wise, and once you get to the Baker especially. So just getting there is the hard part, and then I don't think it matters who you bowl at that point.
All right, over on 7 and 8. Tulane looks like they're going to be in the books here with 9:45, I want to say. Stephanie Schwartz will be stepping up on lane 8 in just a moment, working on a double. She comes in light, leaves at 2. That's going to possibly come down to the spare and count. She can actually, if my math is correct, pick it up and strike to tie at 9:45. On 9 and 10, Prairie View is going to collect the victory over Texas Southern. So yeah, we'll see one shot for a tie. Strike to tie, otherwise Tulane will give Stephen F. Austin their first loss of the weekend. Over on 7 and 8, one pair to our left. So Stephanie Schwartz is up and ready to go. She needs them all. Here's the pitch. Gets the strike to save the tie. Probably not the way she planned it, but that is not a loss. Texas Southern in the books at 8:40. Prairie View can record a 100-pin victory with one more strike. Ashley Reed going to finish things up for Prairie View as we get ready for Game 4. Reed delivers, finishes with 2:23 to lead the way for Prairie View A&M. They take the victory 940 to 840 over Texas Southern. Match number 4 coming up next. Stephen F. Austin versus Sam Houston State, and Maryland Eastern Shore versus Monmouth. Coming up next here on Bowl TV. Don't go too far. Thanks again for tuning in. All right, folks. Looks like it's going to be a 5-frame Baker roll-off to settle this tie. Over on 7 and 8 between Stephen F. Austin and Tulane. Tulane has started with a spare. Stephen F. Austin has delivered a strike. It's a strike for Tulane. We're going to slightly attempt to move the cameras here. Hopefully not taking the whole thing down. Double for Stephen F. Austin. Third shot for Tulane goes to the nose, leaves the 3-6. They have started off spare strike, a double for Stephen F. Austin, looking to make it 3 in a row. Leaves the 10-pin. So no ties in NCAA. Spare for Tulane. They've gone spare, strike, spare so far. Double, 9 spare for Stephen F. Austin. So we're getting down to the 4th and 5th bowlers. And we get a great view of the ITRC while we're at it as we move the camera slightly. 4th shot for Tulane. Mixes them up. Spare, strike, spare, strike. They can max out at 120. Three out of 4 for Stephen F. Austin. They can get to 129. So here's Michelle Ung for Tulane stepping up first. Gets that one to come back, delivers a strike, puts the early pressure on Stephanie Schwartz. Schwartz asking for it to get back, trips it too. She can't believe it. The Lady Jacks will take the hit though, so Tulane's still not out of it. They need this one though. Up to Michelle Ung to make it 3 in a row for the Green Wave. Must strike situation for Tulane. Gets it. Great shot, so Schwartz is going to need this one. Looks like a better shot, and dead flush. So now, max score once again for Tulane in the 5-game Baker match is 120 with a strike. So for Stephen F. Austin, we'll just have to stay behind the foul line. Three great shots in the 10th for Tulane, but will not be enough as Stephen F. Austin wins the tiebreaker 129 to 120. Great match, and Stephen F. Austin stealing a win.
Pretty exciting stuff there, Mr. Smith, and you know, one of the big differences there between NCAA bowling and our USBC collegiate events at times, where the tiebreaker is important, of course, for that overall plus or minus win-loss record for the season. Stephanie Schwartz stepping up there in the 10th to tie it, and then again here in the roll-off to win it. So now we'll move things back and get ready for match number 4 for today. 4 out of 5. And last game coming up in about an hour. And then we'll have the recap for you on Bowl.com tonight. But if you missed any of that excitement, feel free to check it out in the Bowl TV archives, youtube.com/BowlTV. And we'll get ready for game number 4 coming up next.
Attention coaches and players, we just want to make a quick reminder about tonight's dinner after bowling is completed. Make a quick reminder about dinner tonight before you bowl your last match. Thank you.
Here you go.
Sorry.
Sorry. Shaking the table a little bit. There you go.
Oh.
All right, folks, here we are. Game number 4 getting underway. We had an exciting roll-off there at the end of Game 3. Stephen F. Austin finishing last, tying Tulane, and then winning the match in a modified Baker roll-off. And now we'll see Stephen F. Austin here in our 4th game of the day, taking on the Sam Houston State Bearcats. Our other match, Maryland Eastern Shore and Monmouth. Should get settled in. We'll have all the details for you. Standings as soon as they're available as well. Through 25 Baker games yesterday and 3 team games today. Got 2 more team games to go before we call it a day. Back on the lanes tomorrow. 1 more team game in the morning, followed by the exciting best of 7 bracket finals. Total pins from yesterday and today, and tomorrow's traditional game will determine the seeding for those brackets. We'll have all that for you live here on Bowl TV. This is Matt Canizaro alongside Aaron Smith. You're watching continued coverage of the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Any questions? Drop those in the chat room or find us on social media at USBC Matt and at USBC Aaron on Twitter. We're going to get comfortable here for what should be two great matches. Again, we have 10 of the top 25 teams in the country here this weekend at the ITRC. And so far, we've had a couple of great matches. Did not disappoint. Stephen F. Austin, the early leader, regained the lead today in these traditional games and put on a show in Game 3. Let's see what they have in store for us here in Game 4. Thanks for tuning in to Bowl TV. We do have some updated standings. Individually, it's Julia Bond from Nebraska, averaging more than 246 to lead the way. Robin Renslow right behind her for Vanderbilt. Top 10 individually at plus 39, a 213 average through 3 games. In overall team standings, Stephen F. Austin, 84-40, just 15 pins ahead of Nebraska, 84-25. Vanderbilt about 100 back, 83-35. Arkansas State, 81-93. Maryland Eastern Shore, 80-68. Sam Houston, you're watching them now, they're 6th. And North Carolina A&T still in 7th place through 2 days. Vanderbilt 7-1 overall. Arkansas State 6-2. Stephen F. Austin perfect 6-0. Sam Houston 5-2. Nebraska 4-3. Maryland Eastern Shore 3-4. Monmouth 2-5. North Carolina A&T 2-5. Prairie View A&M tournament host 2-5. And Texas Southern and Tulane both 1-6. Again, Julia Bond leading the way, plus 137. Robin Renslow for Vanderbilt, plus 119. Jordan Richard for Arkansas State is third at plus 101. Individual awards will be handed out tomorrow based on the 6 traditional game pinfall totals. But the big goal right now, of course, is for the teams, based on their pinfall totals, to get to those final brackets. Top 4 with a chance to win this event. That'll be tomorrow afternoon. So right now, 2 great matches going on here on our featured pairs, lanes 9, 10, 11, and 12 here at the ITRC, International Training and Research Center. This is Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith, and we'll be here all weekend long. Thanks for tuning in. as we cruise along here in game number 4. Again, Stephen F. Austin on our featured pair, the team to beat with a 15-pin lead over Nebraska. And based on how many games they're bowling this weekend, it's a pretty insignificant margin. So could get pretty exciting, but again, the goal is to make the top 4. And if you're following along at home on our live scoring, Nebraska one pair to our left on 7 and 8, taking on Prairie View A&M. So we'll keep an eye on them, keep you updated on what's what. The Lady Jacks off to a strong start here in game 4. 6-0 on the weekend so far. Sam Houston 5-2. Stephen F. Austin coming off a terrific 2015 season. Saw them fall to Nebraska in the NCAA final. Bearcats taking home the national championship here. Sam Houston State in 2014. So quick rise to success for Brad Hagan and his crew. Then of course on our other pair, Monmouth and Maryland Eastern Shore. And Eastern Shore with a few national titles. Very quick success for the Hawks. Now led by Caleb Bandy, national champion at Pikeville and a former member of Junior Team USA. So as NCAA bowling continues to grow, a lot of former players coming out and having an impact after graduation, and each program getting stronger with each year. Right now you're watching some of the best. Thanks for tuning in to Bowl TV.
Strikes aplenty in an old-fashioned Texas showdown here on 9 and 10. Stephen F. Austin and Sam Houston State just trading strike after strike here. Essentially all knotted up after 5 frames. Slight advantage to Sam Houston, working on a perfect 5th. Over on 11 and 12. Maryland Eastern Shore cruising in the early going against Monmouth as they transition to the back half of that game. Stephanie Schwartz looking to make it 6 in a row to start match number 4. Splits the 8-9. For another solid frame for the Lady Jacks. 4 out of 5 for the second consecutive frame. After a perfect 5th frame for the Bearcats. Back-to-back opens to start the 6th. Carrie Hopkinson gets the trip of the 4 and makes it 5 in a row. as we work our way through an exciting set of matches here in match 4. Just a reminder, match 5 of the day, match 10 overall for the 2016 Prairie View Invitational. Coming up next, our final game for today here on Bowl TV. Nebraska taking on North Carolina A&T on 9 and 10. And Tulane will be bowling the missing team. So that'll be taking place on 11 and 12, but we still got a lot to settle here on, especially on 9 and 10. Over on 11 12, Maryland Eastern Shore in pretty good shape so far against Monmouth. But the Battle of Texas yet to be decided, as Stephen F. Austin from Nacogdoches, Texas, facing off against Sam Houston State from Huntsville. A little excitement as well. Stephanie Schwartz, we've seen her throw a lot of big strikes already today. Has just thrown 8 in a row to start. Stephen F. Austin took care of a tie match with Tulane. We weren't 100% sure of the procedure, but we found out. We had a little of excitement seeing a 5-frame Baker roll-off with the 10th frame, and Schwartz delivered all 3 in the 10th to secure the victory as Tulane put the pressure on him to remain a perfect 7-0 so far for the week. Looking to add another victory. Definitely been exciting so far, Mr. Cannizzaro.
Well, no doubt. I mean, we came in knowing that we were going to see 10 of the top 25 teams in the country, and we put them in this great facility, and certainly a lot of excitement, especially as we get closer to April and the final pushes toward the postseason. Every win very important, and hopefully getting selected to the NCAA championships. And no doubt, I'm sure some motivation. Especially from Stephen F. Austin, again, a rising team in the NCAA world, and coming up just short last year for that national title to Nebraska. And of course, you mentioned the Battle of Texas. So why not? A little extra drama and excitement here. Everybody looking to be the best and see if they can be the team that beats Nebraska after 3 consecutive wins here at the ITRC. So a lot of storylines. Looking forward to seeing how things shake out and how that bracket turns out tomorrow as they battle for the trophy here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. No matter what your favorite kind of format is in bowling, you're going to see it here this weekend. We started with five-game Baker matches, traditional games today. Best of 7 bracket play tomorrow afternoon, and as you mentioned, we even got to see a modified Baker roll-off, so a little bit of everything.
From the talks within the crowd after that happened, they don't have any ties here in the NCAA win-loss record. It's either a win, a loss, no in between. So, but it's unlike for the actual traditional games, that's something that doesn't happen too often. So, folks are definitely wondering what the procedure was, and eventually we found out. And as mentioned, definitely brought some excitement. Even the crowd feeling it right now, getting a little louder here in the intimate 14-lane section of the ITRC.
Especially the Texas teams here, making the trip from the Houston area, about 5.5 hours, give or take, with traffic and weather and such. And pretty good representation here for Stephen F. Austin and Sam Houston. And of course, the host, Prairie View A&M. So always nice to see the friends and family come out when they can. And for some of these families, this is what they do. They're on the road to every event. But certainly having one nearly in the backyard gives the opportunity for additional friends and family to come out. We've seen some past teammates able to come out and see their friends. And then after today, there's a nice dinner for all of the players. They'll get a chance to just sit down and relax and get to know each other a little bit better and hear how things are in their corners of the world, and then the opportunity to tour the International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame. So a very cool opportunity there. That also part of the International Bowling Campus. And if you're a fan of bowling history, of course, we're seeing some great artifacts and different things from the last 120 years of the sport of bowling. That's the place to do it, and very reasonably priced opportunity as a USBC member to come in and take a walk around the museum. So some would remember it used to be in St. Louis and moved down here to the IBC in Arlington, Texas, back in 2008, 2009 area. So very cool just to be able to experience that too.
We're experiencing a barn burner here on 9 and 10. Neither team relenting. 4 out of 5 for Sam Houston, although the non-strike was an open frame. They had 2 bowlers working on doubles. Great shot from Paige Krauser to set up Stephanie Schwartz, looking to make it 9 in a row. Maryland Eastern Shore still in pretty good condition here against Monmouth. Kaylin Reth putting together a nice game for Monmouth. Makes it 3 in a row to set the 10th. Schwartz unable to get the 7 to fall in the 9th frame. So that makes at least 3 front eights here on our feature pairs today. Unfortunately, that 9th strike has been tough to come by. Stephen F. Austin is going to step up first here in the 10th frame. Hold a slight advantage in the match. Great way to kick things off. Danielle Lynn putting together another nice game here on Bowl TV. Started off with a 259, I believe, in the opening match of the day. Sam Houston's Madison Keller unable to get the 10 out. She's one of 4 players working on strikes for Sam Houston. They're going to need to cash a few of these in here. They want to get the win, however.
A great start to the 10th frame so far for Stephen F. Austin. Trying to hold off Sam Houston State here in game number 4.
Stephen F. Austin held only a 15-pin advantage over Nebraska coming into this match. They're going to put some distance between themselves and the Huskers. Nebraska bowling one pair to our left. They're in a very tight match right now with Prairie View A&M. Definitely not on the same type of pace Stephen F. Austin is on. 1100 well in reach for the Lady Jacks. Pair of 220 games in the books for Stephen F. Austin already. The chance to add a 250 and a 270 game from the 4th and 5th bowlers. Anna Gross working on a double for Sam Houston State. Stepping up on lane 9. Trips the 4. Sam Houston doesn't have a lot of room to miss here coming down the stretch. Stephen F. Austin unable to convert the washout. So they can gain a little bit of ground here with another strike. Also working on a double compared to a spare for the anchor bowlers, so Stephen F. Austin hasn't wrapped this one up yet. Big double for Stephen F. Austin. Paige Krauser looking to get to 257 still. And Gross puts together a nice 258 for the Bearcats. Maryland Eastern Shores going to put up quite a few nice scores here on their way to a big number. 1100 still out there for the Hawks. Stephen F. Austin is going to take the win here against Sam Houston State. Sam Houston can max out at 11-14, adding 60 pins on with 3 more strikes, and Stephen F. Austin already ahead of that mark, so the Lady Jacks will continue their undefeated streak here at the Prairie View Invitational in 2016. Maryland Eastern Shore is going to move to 4-4. Monmouth is going to drop to 2-6. Just a reminder, coming up next, the final game of today's competition, Nebraska and North Carolina A&T, and Tulane taking on the blind team this week. That'll be up shortly after we finish everything up, assuming there's no ties again like we had after match number 3. Although that was pretty fun too, so we're actually very close on 7-8 once again. Prairie View A&M and Nebraska might come down to that final shot, so you never know what you're going to see here on Bowl TV, but regardless, we appreciate you joining us. Very impressive match here on 9 and 10, both teams averaging more than 220. Spare conversion gets Sam Houston to 11:02, but not enough, as Stephen F. Austin posts 11:36 to capture the win. Monmouth in the books with 9:85. Nice 2:48 from Caitlin Reth, but will not be enough as Maryland Eastern Shore is led by Tashina Cirrus. And shoot 2:45 here to get UMES to 10:95. This will be the final shot before we wait for everyone to finish up and move on to Game 5. So officially 10:94 to 9:85 victory, Maryland Eastern Shore over Monmouth. So hold tight, folks. Game 5 coming up next here on Bowl TV. Don't go too far.
put your ball on it. One of those days. Great spots with you guys.
Good game, man. I know.
She got to pay her back.
Big Red.
I guess we just.
Who chose this? Now we have worse viewing.
All right, folks, the fifth and final game of Saturday's competition here at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center is underway. We have Nebraska taking on North Carolina A&T over on 9 and 10. Tulane facing off against the blind team. We were missing one team this week that we expected to have, but such things happen. We adjust, and here we are. Nebraska held on for a slim victory over Prairie View A&M over on 7 and 8. So as soon as we get an update on the standings, we will let you know, along with win-loss records and individual numbers as well. And of course, remember to check out bowl.com later this evening to see a recap of today's action. Looks like a lot of standings updated through 4 today and 9 overall. Stephen F. Austin now out to a big lead, more than 200 pins, 95-76 over Nebraska, 93-47. Vanderbilt not too far away, 93-16. Arkansas State, 92-60, rounds out the top 5. They're about 100 ahead of Maryland Eastern Shore, who's sitting in 5th. So big 11-36 from Stephen F. Austin in the last match has put some separation between them and the rest of the field. They're the only team left undefeated, 8-0 so far. Vanderbilt at 8-1, Arkansas State 6-2. Nebraska and Sam Houston at 5-3. Maryland Eastern Shore 4-4. North Carolina A&T is at 3-5. Monmouth and Prairie View A&M at 2-6. And Texas Southern at 1-7. Tulane at 1-8. Individually, Julia Bond for Nebraska leading the way. Looks like 9:42. A little tough to read here. Jordan Richard from Arkansas State in second individually. Tashina Siras from Maryland Eastern Shore in third, Robin Renslow in fourth, and Morgan Risen from Stephen F. Austin rounds out your top 5. So Nebraska had cut the deficit to just 15 pins heading into today's 4th match. Cornhuskers had some trouble, and a big game from Stephen F. Austin puts the Lady Jacks in very good position to lead with just 1 game to go, heading into tomorrow's final traditional game before the best of 7 match play bracket kicks off. Tulane already on the back half of the final game here on Saturday's competition at the Prairie View Invitational. Bowling a little bit quicker because they're not bowling against anybody. Already in the 6th frame. They'll make it a double to kick things off. 9 and 10, just about ready for the 5th frame. A matchup of our 2 women's collegiate champions from 2015. Nebraska claiming the NCAA title. North Carolina A&T claiming the ITC title. So definitely a pretty cool matchup there. Not something you get to see too often. Only a handful of NCAA programs have been able to share that distinction. Taking home an ITC title, Maryland Eastern Shore being one of them. Right now, pretty close match overall. Some trouble from Julia Bond in the 4th. Working on a double, staring down the big 4 now. She was our individual leader through 4 games. So this match essentially going to be pretty close here. Slight advantage in favor of North Carolina A&T with the conversion of the spare here. Working on one less open frame. Big thanks to everyone for joining us throughout the week here. Whether you were able to stop by for a few frames just to see your favorite collegiate teams, or if you've been here all week and have put up with Matt and myself and actually kept the volume on the whole time, we appreciate it. Don't forget to visit bowl.com/livestream for all future Bowl TV dates. We will have the finals of the Prairie View starting at approximately 9:20 a.m. Eastern, 8:20 local time here in Arlington, Texas. Tomorrow morning we'll have one more traditional game before we know our seeds for the Baker Bracket Finals. For those of you just tuning in today and possibly didn't hear how the bracket final works with NCAA, the win-loss totals very important for the overall standings for the year. So in an instance you're used to brackets, once a team loses they're out, or they move to a contenders bracket or eliminator bracket or whatever you prefer to call it. But with NCAA, teams compete in the same amount of games, so they can all have the same amount of matches for wins and losses. So it's actually broken up into 3 tiny brackets. The top 4 seeds facing off to take home the title, 5 through 8, and then 9 through 12. So only the top 4 teams in overall total pinfall will have the opportunity to win the Prairie View Invitational in 2016. And we'll get to see who that is live here on Bowl TV tomorrow. So definitely swing by if you can, check it out. And of course, if you're unable to watch it live, be sure to visit the archive here at youtube.com/BowlTV. It'll post shortly after it's all said and done. From there, you can access it anytime you'd like. Be sure to subscribe to our channel so you can check out all the latest and greatest. A lot of cool stuff coming from Jason Thomas, expecting some cool stuff for the Masters coming up in Indianapolis starting February 8th. Definitely a good time to start following on YouTube, and of course our social media channels on Facebook. The Sport of Bowling can be found at facebook.com/USBC. On Twitter at USBC, and of course For all the information you will ever need, be sure to visit bowl.com. Three strikes in a row to finish up the ninth for the Tulane Green Wave. This game does not count against their win-loss total for the year. So they're not bowling against an actual team. Their total pinfall does go towards their final seeding when we're all done with our 25 Baker games, which concluded yesterday, and our 6 traditional games. We'll have one more game to go tomorrow morning before we get to the Baker bracket finals. All that will be featured here live on Bowl TV. Got to see Tulane have a pretty exciting match against Stephen F. Austin. One pair off our featured pairs. They actually had a roll-off because they tied after the whole game was complete and came to a 5-frame Baker match to determine the winner of the roll-off. Tulane put a lot of pressure on Stephen F. Austin, came up a little bit short for the win, but it's definitely fun to watch. A good performance by the Green Wave. They've already kicked off the 10th frame over on 9 and 10. Just about ready for the 8th frame. Still anybody's match. Lanes are starting to get a little tricky for these players, but looking to find the right combination here at the end of the day. After 4+ matches have been held on these lanes, the 38-foot pattern's definitely seen some transition, and always a challenge to figure out the invisible oil pattern. Two opens in the 7th for North Carolina A&T. Just one for Nebraska in the 7th, working on 3 strikes. So the Huskers could really put themselves in position to move to 6 and 3 overall here. The big 8th frame, make it a little bit easier to put some distance between them and the Aggies.
All right, before we wrap up today's competition, just want to give a quick shout out and a thank you to our good friend Barbara Armstead out there watching today's coverage of all these great NCAA teams and giving us a good reminder of some of the other events that happen here at the ITRC each year. One being the bowling combine, which is an opportunity each summer for high school and collegiate bowlers to come in and just test their skills against other bowlers of the same age and skill levels, perhaps, and kind of get ranked and looked at by coaches. It's a way for all of the coaches to meet in one place and see all of the talent and compare, next to each other. So the bowling combine, no doubt, responsible for many bowlers moving on to the collegiate level. A great recruiting opportunity for them. Rather than making many trips to various tournaments, having hundreds of kids in the ITRC and just seeing all the different tests that they can do, both physically, on the lanes, off the lanes, just to show their versatility. And they all get ranked and compared, and they get notes at the end so they can come back perhaps and see how they improve from year to year. And another event is similar to a Team USA type training camp where the folks can come in and utilize all of the great coaching and technology here at the ITRC. And that's the TMBA Youth Weekend. And some of those folks competing at this tournament, the Prairie View A&M Invitational. And each year, 8 TMBA folks get to come and enjoy the services of Kim Terrell Kearney and Rod Ross and Nick Bohannon and get some on-lane and classroom instruction. And for those bowlers bowling today, J.D. Scott Jones from Arkansas State, Mason of Nebraska, Waller of Texas Southern, and Jaleesa Johnson from Maryland Eastern Shore. And the next TNBA weekend coming up August 19th and 20th. So a great chance for the next generation to come in and see how things work and really take advantage of the fantastic technology here at the ITRC. It is the home of Team USA and Junior Team USA. And just everywhere you look in this venue, there's technology that will help bowlers in some way, whether it's cameras all around the venue or some of the crazy tools that they take out for mapping bowlers, different sensors and different things to really get a read for your physical game as well as what happens on the lanes from every angle possible. But the TNBA Youth Weekend, pretty cool to see. All the different groups that are able to come out, all the different countries, different schools, to really take advantage of what's available here for USBC members. So, Barbara, thank you for your hard work. And if you're interested in learning more about any of those events, you can visit bowl.com. Details are there. And we always look forward to our new guests and returning guests. And, of course, seeing, again, as we talked about, watching some of these bowlers grow up from the youth ranks all the way through college and eventually now on to platforms like the PWBA Tour. So we know we'll see a lot of these players out there this coming summer and beyond. And a lot of that all started here in various opportunities at the ITRC. So thank you all for all of your hard work, and thanks for tuning in today. We're going to wrap up our final couple frames here, and we'll have all the daily recap and standings posted for you on bowl.com later today.
Tulane in the books at 9:07. So we're all done on 11 and 12. All attention going to a pretty close match here on 9 and 10. Nebraska and North Carolina A&T. Looks like it's going to come down to the final frame. Big shot to set the 10th for Jasmine Mason of Nebraska. Julia Bond can put Nebraska in a pretty good spot here. She can make it 3 in a row. They'll be working on 3 strikes in an open. Giving them the slight advantage over North Carolina A&T. We'll see if she can deliver here, 9th frame. 7-pin doesn't trip out, so that evens things up even a little bit more.
And the clash of the champions. We should have that. We should have a King of the Hill between the ITC champ and the NCAA champion. And if it happens to be the same one in the same year, well, that makes for bad TV, but
that would make for poor TV at best, yes.
Pretty cool for them, though. But yes, seeing the 2 champions bowling against each other here, it's pretty neat to see.
This appears to be the final pair going as well, so some of the players are already collecting their equipment from other pairs, things they might have left around to get ready for tomorrow. So all eyes right now on 9 and 10. Bethany Headley for Nebraska kicking things off, mixes them up. And able to get the 10 to topple. Kristen Shin will kick things off for North Carolina A&T. Some excitement earlier from her. Start off with the front 8 over on 11 and 12 earlier during the day. Some struggles this game, but working on a double. Once again, a reminder, a little bit later this afternoon into the early evening, be sure to check out bowl.com for a recap of today's events leading into the final day of the 2016 Prairie View Invitational. Be sure to join us tomorrow morning starting at 9:20 Eastern, 8:20 local time here in Arlington, Texas. Bethany Headley finishes up with 216. Megan Straub will step up next for the Huskers. She opened in the 9th. Just gonna need every bit of it here in the 10th. Great shot to rebound for Straub. That's some big trouble for North Carolina A&T, working on a strike. Now staring down a creek at Church. Teams will be working on equal marks after each of the second bowlers finishes up. So Nebraska, with the conversion, will hold a 14-pin advantage. Good count for North Carolina A&T there. Could have been 6. Nebraska responds with a strike from Melanie Crawford.
Certainly not high scoring, putting on a bad little match here. To end the day with a little bit of drama, perhaps.
Yeah, this featured pair definitely got a little tough here in the 5th and final game.
No doubt the players a little bit worn out. Been a long day. 5 traditional games. Takes about 6 hours or plus 6 hours or more. We had the roll off, throw that in there, and
big strike from Emily Strombeck. Head coach Phil Straub still talking to Jasmine Mason about what the game plan here is. Mason working on a strike. North Carolina A&T's anchor Mackenzie Robinson also working on a strike, so those two could essentially even each other out here. So a big shot from Mason to put Nebraska in the driver's seat. Talk about a big shot. That's a big shot. Huge double here for the Huskers. Strombeck finishes up with 202. So Aggies may need some help here from the Huskers. Mason looking for 3 in a row. Gets it to the 1-3, unable to get the 10 to fall. Kenzie Robinson's not going to waste any time here. Leans on the 9, doesn't fall over though. And it looks like that might be the end of the run here for the Aggies in the final match of the day. That will officially give Nebraska the win. North Carolina A&T finishes with 886. Nebraska already at 895, so Julie Bond looking at the 2-4-5-7 to get to 197 here with a conversion and a strike. Once again, Nebraska has already wrapped up the match. And we'll get bonus bowling. Bond finishes with a strike to give Nebraska the 921 to 886 victory over North Carolina A&T to wrap up today's competition here at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center. Matt Cannizzaro, the honor is yours.
All right, folks, thanks for joining us here for this live coverage from the ITRC. We appreciate all the support, as do the bowlers. We'll be back on the air bright and early tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you there just after 8 a.m. local time, 9 a.m. on the East Coast. This is Matt Cannizzaro alongside Aaron Smith. Thanks for tuning in to Bowl TV, folks. That's the news for now. We'll see you on the lanes.